Bel testo che hai fatto, guardi.
È nello stile della Iaschi. Allora, ma te adesso? Te la gira adesso? Ok. Ok. Allora, hai parlato con la... per farti dare il capo? Ah, non c'è nessuno. Aspetta che...
Poi loro si faremo finestra o cose mostrare, piuttosto che schermo intero, non lo so, non lo che facendo così.
Allora, prova ad entrare in Zoom. Ti ho mandato il link, no? Oh.
Okay, I have,
You have slides?
I have my slides on my
Yes.
computer. I can send them to you depending on what.
Yes, we was thinking to use call.
Yeah.
If each of us contribute Zoom calls, we
Yeah.
can share our screen.
Okay.
In this way, the bus can use his own slide without changing. Okay?
I use my computer.
Yeah. I sent you the.
Yes.
Okay, we have different options. Si connetta? Va bene. Allora, leggo il mio. Oh, sì.
Io siccome sono venuto mani libere, è possibile avere un po' di fogli?
Come no?
Ce l'ho.
Sì.
Ognuno una penna.
Ti do tutto io, ti do cosa. C'è tutto, c'è tutto. Allora,
People living here, they're mostly or
mostly students, philosophy, applied ethics, but also medicine, and yeah, and some of them from anthropology of community.
excellent.
No,
Professor Ferrari.
Nice to meet you. Okay, good.
qualche domanda anche se è più.
Yes, yes, yes. So you're from the south?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sono lì in città.
Exactly.
Questo però è il deputy director, vai.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah. Very multidisciplinary.
Yeah.
Well, intellectual history, that's why, yeah. So, but trained in continental philosophy. But I'm working in been working in the medical school for the last 20 years.
Medicina, questa idea, questo sarebbe about possible collaboration.
Wonderful. Discuss that, discuss ideas for collaboration. I was just, I'm from Oslo. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I've been listening.
Yes, yeah.
And Oslo and
Yeah. Bergen is much nicer than Oslo. But it's more typical. Yeah.
landscape.
The landscape is more impressive. Sorry, but I will just connect to
Okay, let's see.
Che bella quest'aula.
Questa è proprio
can I have some water?
fondi, dei fondi locali. Oh, dottoressa. Come sta?
Sì, piacere, piacere.
Hello
Ciao.
again.
How are you?
I'm good.
Did you have a nice lunch?
We had a very nice.
Where did you go?
We went to, well, I'm not sure where we went, but we were in a restaurant in Thailand.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
just some somewhere and have a pizza.
But were just the two of you?
Yeah, just the two of us. Tomorrow has lunch together.
Yeah, you bought a restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Senta, quindi come volete fare le sedute?
Allora, sediamo tutti qui, lei può stare lì, le passo, all'inizio le passo.
University president.
Oh.
Sì, lo guardi.
Sorry, can I just ask how this, because
Yeah.
now I'm logged on.
So, are you connected on the internet? Yes, you are.
So,
When
would you
is
like me to
beginning, you can share your screen.
I am sharing
Yeah.
just to make sure that it works. Oh no. Let me see. So. There are many windows open there. So-
Sì, ma c'è il post, adesso glielo dico.
Send a request.
Okay, try to share the screen. Let's try again.
Share it.
You not have any screen. Like, Non è che stiamo iniziando troppo. So-
Ho fatto 5 minuti.
Minuti, dai. No, no, adesso lo diciamo. Allora, buonasera a tutti. Just information in Italy, in Italian, I would like to say that we have some free seats here, so you can come here, don't be afraid. Ci sono delle sedie libere qui avanti, quindi può avvicinarsi ed essere e vedere la fila. Lo spettacolo stiamo per iniziare. Eravamo un po' preoccupati di essere un po' puntuali, vogliamo mantenere un po' di autorevolezza con i nostri host, almeno 5 minuti di ritardo ce li diamo, ma perché stiamo scegliendo di partire in ritardo. Quindi fra 3 minuti iniziamo. Grazie intanto.
there anyone else? I was wondering if there anyone, is there anyone in the humanities?
Yeah, you know, it's not a topic of speaking. It's not someone. Professor Caterina Rizzo is in his field. She tries.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we have to implement this.
Yeah.
For these reasons here is today is really important. Well, I think that we can begin our show. My first words are of gratitude for all of you who are in presence here in Pisa, in the Magna Storica, and for all those who are with us using YouTube. First of all, I would like to ask Dr. Paola Cappellini, who is the coordinator network in Pisa, to give a welcome address.
Good afternoon. And yeah, I'm the engineer, and here on behalf of the University of Pisa for thanking you all for this participation. And I'm part of the I'm part of the international program of the University of Pisa, and I am the Circle U project coordinator. Circle U is a European alliance of university, research intensive universities, and is a very huge academic unit. Just consider that there are more than 500,000 students included within the European University. And it's very encouraging, let's say, to see how collaborations can start across all the universities into alliances. And it's important that events like this starts to happen, in which disciplinarity starts to mix together, like today that we have several areas included together, such medicine, we have philosophy, we have economics, communications, important. And this is one of the first initiatives that, and we are very happy and honored to have our guest, that is Professor Erwin Anderson.
Yes.
I don't know if I pronounce it correctly. And he is the dean of the Open Campus of CERTU. And with Open Campus, we mean a campus over all the 9 universities in which we offer a proper accreditation available for all the students involved in the Alliance. So I do hope this can be a fruitful meeting for you all. If somebody interested after this work to know more about Circle Alliance, you can ask me on this. You can find plenty of information on the website, but me and my staff are available for giving you all other kind of information, also about our students, and so on. So I will give the floor to the colleagues. Again, I'm happy to see you here and wish a fruitful meeting. And I also like to thank you for having such an important first, but the last event at this time.
Many thanks, Dr. Cappini. We are ready to start this meeting, and I would like to just a few words to explain why today we are here with such a very important speakers. So in starting the work of this workshop, I would like to recall a phrase by Gabriel Marcel, taken from the essay Les philosophes avant le monde d'aujourd'hui. He says, the philosopher is called to confront anxiety of a world in which the possibility of total destruction no longer appears as a hypothesis. In his concision, that sentence already says much about the meaning of our workshop and about one of its distinctors, the presence of scholars from different fields brought together to engage with a theme that is not normal to that anxiety, but is traversed by it. Because this anxiety is not simply one object, it is not something we can delimit, analyze, and neutralize by retreating behind our disciplinary categories. It is rather a condition that calls you those who know. Not truly work, one can be an economist, reflect on the medical humanities, or engage with risk or field philosophy, without having clarified one's relationship to this anxiety, without having a position with respect to it. This is where this decisive distinction is at stake. On one side, a disembodied knowledge that merely describes, that maintains, that transforms disquiet into an object and drains it of its interpellating force. On the other, a knowledge that accepts being implicated, that recognizes how act of knowing entails interpretations, choice, and responsibility. A knowledge relinquish specialism, which remains indispensable, but refuse to make of it an uncrossable array. A knowledge that shapes as service, to the community, and more broadly to the users. In this, all the speakers present already taken a position through their work. Each one in their field has chosen not to evade that anxiety, but into it, and to transform it into a critical resource, whether in clinical decisions, economic models, communicative practices, or philosophical reflection. A shared conviction emerged clearly that knowledge cannot be reduced to the application of cures, but always requires of interpretation and integration among evidence, experience, and values. This also implies a deeper revision of how we understand relationships among forms of knowledge. The medical humanities, in particular, show that the distinction between the objectivity of science and the subjectivity of culture is not a given open problem. And that precisely in contexts where uncertainty is high, such as those concerning health, care, and risk, it is necessary to develop forms of rationality capable of holding together data, narratives, and values without sacrificing any of these registers to the others. It is in this perspective that our workshop finds its deepest meaning, not solely as a site of exchange between disciplines, but as a space in which a certain idea of knowledge is put into practice, a knowledge that does not wither from disquiet, but assumes it as a condition of possibility for its own. PISA, in these days, presents itself as a theory of this disposition. Dialogue with partners, universities in the networks reinforce this dimension, showing how the construction of open and transdisciplinary epistemic communities is today a necessity, in my opinion. In this front, I wish to extend a particular expression of gratitude to Eivind Engebretsen, whose work has contributed decisively to showing how medical usage is always a process of translation and not a simple transmission of evidence. His proposal for a translation of medical humanities points precisely in direction, a knowledge that crosses boundaries, that connects different practices and languages, and that recognizes in the terms of rationality a resource, not an obstacle. My thanks also go, of course, to all the other speakers, Professors Franzi, Vito Peragine, and Caterizo, who contribute to building a dialogue on crucial issues, decisions, certainty, communication, and equity, that no single perspective can fully encode. In opening our meeting, I will confine myself to recalling one thing, that the choice to be here today is not neutral. To know is to assume a responsibility, and this responsibility passes through a preliminary decisions, often silent, but no less binding for that. Whether to let anxiety remain background or to welcome it, interrogate it, transform it into a principle of orientation. We have chosen the second. What remains is to walk together, not knowing where it leads, but knowing why we talk. So this introduction. Now we are ready to listen finally, Professor Eivind Engebretsen. Again, we are so grateful for presence here. We are honored to have you here, and we're convinced that this is just the beginning of these collaborations. Many thanks.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction, Professor, and also for this kind invitation and for your very provoking and introduction. It is a pleasure to be here, both to attend seminar with wonderful colleagues and exchanges that I'm strongly looking forward to, also under the umbrella of Circle U that I appreciate, of course, but also to be here, to be in this fantastic environment, to have this seminar. So I'm really hoping that this will be a platform for future collaboration maybe we can share my slides or make them there.
Yes,
I
yeah,
think
that's
they-
right.
yeah,
That's
excellent. So this is my title, and you have already alluded to the concept of translational medical humanities that I'm going to talk about and try to unpack a little bit with you here today. But first of all, you were talking about anxiety. I think that was a fantastic and interesting way to frame this workshop. And my approach or my anxiety, center of my anxiety for the last 6 years has been the challenge of sustainability. And I said this because for the last 6 years or so, my work has been situated in a center of excellence in sustainability studies in healthcare, with the overall aim of trying to bridge medical humanities in order to solve or address the sustainability. And that is an enormous urgency, the sustainability challenge. We are pressing the boundaries of the global boundaries. And I think this is important to emphasize, because that sets also the stage for what I have developed as an approach to the humanities that I call translational medicine. It is situated within this situation of urgent, this situation of anxiety, if you prefer. And it highlights the need for a form of the humanities that is not merely reflected, but which is activated. The humanities that is activated, that is engaged in the practical transformation of health systems, of social practices, of ecological relations, but without being simplified, without being reduced into being applied humanity. And in this vision, this do not stand apart, as you very well framed it in your introduction, do not stand apart from the sciences as commenters or as critics, but they participate directly in shaping the responses to the entangled challenges of human and planetary health. And the humanities, from this perspective, mobilize fundamental humanities insights into actionable forms of knowledge that can inform policy, that can inform medical education, that can inform informative engagement. This is my vision. And let me start with a kind of plan for the following 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I'm going to first try to frame this translational approach to medical humanities in context of critical critical medical humanities, which has also emerged as a tradition. Then I will move on to, well, translation is a term that I'm building on. What do I mean by translation? And I'm going to try and bridge two different notions of translation, one from medicine and one from the humanities. Then I'm going to zoom in on narrativity and narration and show that translation in whatever form has to do with narration, telling a story. And I'm going to then try to focus on some cases, books that one of them is that I've written. One of them is coming out in November, and the other one came out years ago. So these cases are partly from reproductive health, from transgender youth care and abortion care, very controversial topics, of course, within healthcare. And the other one is from pandemic response. And then I'm going to try and conclude with 7 principles for what I call deep knowledge translation. It isn't clear at this stage, but I hope it will be clear by the end by that. So let's start with the medical humanities. Because when I talk about the translational medical humanities, that is developed within context. It emerges from a kind of a specific history, which is the emergence of medical humanities, a field that emerged originally in the 90s, early 90s, in opposition to a very instrumental approach to medical decision. Emerged as a kind of counter movement to something which is often referred to as evidence-based medicine, and to a kind of a version of evidence-based medicine that is very strongly focused on guidelines. So clinical recommendation guidelines should be treated within a specific domain of health, is built on best evidence. And medical humanities scholars, they argued that what is sometimes lost in evidence-based medicine is the living person. So, and medical in this first version emphasized empathy, education, so medical education, and ethics, the 3 E. But then, and this was an important step. But then a new kind of wave appeared 2015 and onwards, mostly based in the UK and at Durham University, under the umbrella of medical humanities, saying that, well, all this is well, this focus on empathy and education, but it's a little bit too romantic, they said. They said that humanities is more than just being a human being. Humanities also comes with a toolkit of critical approaches to interrogate our concepts, to interrogate our knowledge, our ideologies, many of them also underpinning our thinking, underpinning medical practices, but always that we are unaware of. So, and these critical tools, drawn from philosophy, drawn from history, drawn from ethics, should be also used in medical humanities. And they called it critical medical humanities. And you can see one of the main papers here on this critical medical humanities, embracing entanglement. And that was the word they added to the list: education, ethics, and empathy, and then entanglement. By Angela Woods and others from Durham. But then again, there is something from this critical stance. Is, in my opinion, that it has a tendency to speak from outside medicine. You're already employed to this. And that it tends to be critical from the outside to emphasize critique over collaboration, and to deconstruct from the line, rather than trying to from within. That is where why we did the translational approach. That shifts the focus from critique to mediation, positioning the humanities as agents of translation across scientific, clinical, and cultural domains, but still building on the same critical principles. And one of the principal papers that in this approach was this paper, Cultural Crossings of Care, co-authored with philosopher Julia Kristeva. And that sparked also a big conference that we organized in 2018 on this topic. And so central to this translational paradigm of the medical humanities is the term translation. The aim of this approach is really to make the humanities up to health, but to so by drawing on the intellectual and rhetorical resources of translation as a metaphor and as a concept. More specifically, it tries to bring together two different paradigms of translation, one rooted in translational science and in medicine, and the other one rooted in translation studies in humanities. And just to briefly outline it, these different concepts are extremely different, because in science, translation refers to using basic research from design therapies and tools. It is about implementing research via protocols and guidelines, a little bit, as I said, in line with the evidence-based medicine principles. Translation is understood as a scientific practice that is mediated through scientific process, such as clinical trials, systematic reviews, clinical guidelines, and it's standardized and regulated and strongly managed process. In the humanities, translation is something completely different. You all know that translation is about translating between languages. So translation in the humanities is about semiotic shifts. It is about negotiating between different science systems. It is about negotiating and knowledge systems. Translation is not a scientific, but it is a linguistic, interpretive practice. And it is fundamentally active and creative and focused on re-narration. I'll go a little bit more into these concepts, try to unpack a little bit more carefully. This is the concept of translation drawn from science. The chain that you see here, the translational chain or pipeline. Because in science and medicine, translation is a set of methods and procedures, highly standardized, typically guided by specific genres such as clinical guidelines, and often depicted as a linear chain, as shown here. And it is about bringing scientific findings from a laboratory context, typically try out a drug on mice in a laboratory context, and then you try this out on human beings. And the gold standard for doing this is the so-called randomized controlled trials, where you try out the drug by giving the drug to one population group, and then you compare the effects with another population group with not given that drug or given placebo, and then you look at the effect. is how you translate from bench to bedside. And the next step is to summarize many of these clinic findings from many clinical guidelines so that you can come up with lump together different population groups and get big numbers through systematic review, summarize different studies or many studies, systematic methods. And then the last step is to bring this into clinic through so-called clinical guidelines. Again, a strictly standardized scientific process that follows strict procedure, but where you turn knowledge recommendations for action. Okay, so this is then a process which is standardized, that can be through scientific methods. Each exchange is mediated through scientific genres, such as clinical trials, systematic reviews, guidelines. And this also goes to more certain models that has been developed in the middle. See another model, the so-called knowledge to action model, that has been developed by Canadian researchers, which sees this as a more circular procedure, but it still emphasizes a structured and steps pathway, transforming research and reinforcing this idea of translation as managed and controllable and measurable. And this even remains true in the rare cases where indigenous medicine or translational medicine, or sorry, where traditional medicine is when we try to translate into official medicine, because it is done on the terms of traditional science. As in this case that you can see here, the WHO position paper on the integration of additional complementary and integrative medicine in evidence in decision making. I mean, even the of this shows that this happens on the term of standardized the logic of medicine, and not as a result of a kind of a genuine dialogue between the two different forms of knowledge. And you can see this from the quote that made appropriate use of existing and new research, evidence synthesis and knowledge translation principles and WHO initiatives. That is how this is completely different notion of translation from what you find in the humanities. That is my point. Where translation is about making sense. It is about semiotic shifts. It is about the translate and negotiating relations between science systems and cultural grids. Re-narrating and re-coding a meaning. Shakespeare is not the same in French or Italian as in English. There are some negotiation involved in that process. And it's a constitutive practice. Translation is not only secondary. Translation is participating in shaping meanings. We're creating meanings through translation. And finally, translation is re-narration. It is an interpretation embedded in a bigger inter-narrative web of units. So stories interact and they change as and this is what we try to, this translation as narration is what we try to develop in our framework of translation as narration, where we try to any kind of translation, both in a humanistic sense as a process that is fundamentally narrative and that involves shifts across different narrative dimensions. And here are so in shifts in terms of the narrators who tell it. There is big difference between the WHO as a narrator and individual authors, for instance. Temporality, how structured in the story. Protagonists, who acts, who is included, who is excluded. The protagonist changes radically, for instance, from laboratory medicine being the rat or the mouse from being human beings in population research. Selective appropriation, which is the process where some voices are foregrounded and other voices silenced. For instance, in clinical trials, often marginalizes native speakers because it creates problems for comparison and for the trial designs. And then implotment. What is the link or the kind of causal link that binds the different events together? This is a fact that we have developed in this book that is to be published in November. It's Beyond the Bedside. So a narrative translation in reproductive health. I written with translation studies scholar Mona Baker. And in this book, we try to conceptualize narrative medicine. So narrative medicine is in a sense a kind of narrative for what I talked about as the first step of medical humanities, empathy, compassion, clinical settings, which is important. But we say that this is still reductive because narratives have bearing on knowledge translation far beyond the clinical context. It's all the steps of the translational chain is fundamentally narrative. And we use reproductive health controversies in abortion, in transgender youth care, and in IVF as case studies to show how stories shape medical knowledge translation on different levels on this chain from bench to bedside. And I will focus on a couple of, or take you through a couple of examples from this book. The one is this one. It's a highly controversial example of knowledge translation. It's a knowledge translation because it is a systematic review that attempts to summarize evidence within the field. And the field that it is focusing on is transgender youth and the use of puberty blockers in treatment of transgender youth. And the review is called the CAS review. It was commissioned by the NHS in England in 2020. The report came out in 2022, and the final report came out in April 2024. And it was led by the retired nutrition Hilary Cass, and it was endorsed by the Royal College of GPs and psychiatrists in the UK. And famously, it recommended restricting puberty blockers for gender dysphoria to formal research settings, or not clinical settings. And this was this changed practice from other guidelines used internationally that had a different view. And our point in this book is not to decide who were right or not in this discussion. It is showing how this document functions as a narrative, how it constructs evidence, how it assigns competence, and how it affects also the text that its own authors could not control. The CAS review explicitly positions systematic reviews as the gold standard of evidence-based medicine. And it even claims that systematic reviews do not only reduce bias, but they eliminate bias completely, which is a very strong claim that systematic reviews eliminate bias. It's a powerful example of what I in the model call selective appropriation, that it establishes a hierarchy of evidence in one type of research count as reliable and other types of research do not count as reliable. And this epistemic claim structures the whole narrative of the guideline or the we have developed something in Oslo, in my center, called the SHE Corpus, the Sustainability and Health Corpus, which is a large database of news and texts with different softwares that are developed to help large bodies of texts, both quantitatively and qualitatively. And we run an analysis on the CAS review using this tool. And we found that searching for the keyword evidence, 270 instances, and the pattern was striking. Descriptors like weak, inconsistent, no clear evidence clustered systematically around the keyword evidence. So it was consistently framed in negative terms. And this also led to tensions in the narrative, because there is a tension in the narrative between privileging a methodology, so systematic reviews, that consist of population-based studies, the big numbers, huge numbers, that's only what counts. Everything else evidence. But then it says, the same review says, that it emphasizes the unique each child and the heterogeneity of the group under study, like in these quotes. When conducting an assessment, it will be important that clinicians are mindful that presentations and outcomes for this cohort are very individual. And the individual presentations of many of the children and young people seeking support are diverse and complex. This can easily add up. And critics have also pointed out that the review at times downplays its positive data. For 5 studies in the material, on 115 trans youth showed improvement in depression, in anxiety, in suicide rates. Synthesis still concluded that there is no Richard Horton, the editor of The Lancet, writing in The Lancet, this negative framing of evidence as weak, as no, as not, as weak, is particularly significant, given that the report was designed to be read by non-specialists. So, and used by non-specialists who might interpret weak evidence as evidence of weakness. And that is actually what happened in practice. Because one of the core arguments of our book is that once a translational text into the world, its author loses control of it. The author is dead, Roland Barthes said. And that really happens. And Stonewall, Stonewall's, Stonewall, the group Stonewall is a group that generally is generally critical to some of the review's recommendations. But even they felt it necessary to clarify that the review had not actually recommended several of the things that being named. It lost control of its translations. So the gap between the document's recommendations and its downstream op-ed is in itself an important narrative phenomenon. And here are some examples of that. The UK government, for instance, raised the CAS review to justify excluding trans people from conversion therapy ban legislation. That is nowhere mentioned in the CAS review. The NHS England closed the only dedicated clinic in the UK 2 years before the final report was even published, only based on the interim report. That is nowhere recommended in CAS review. And the US document built extensively on the review and amplified the argument social pressure into a scientific conspiracy threatening dissenting voices. And finally, the personal aspect of was when the reported that Dr. Cass said that she could no longer travel on public transport following the public health report. Point being that there are significant narrative shifts both in the systematic review and how the systematic review different evidence sources and reach its conclusions. And there are important mechanisms involved in how it is taken up by different constituents, both political and scientific, as a result of the review's findings. Second case, also controversial, the WHO abortion care guideline from 2022. That is also a very interesting, it's also knowledge translation because it is a guideline, it is a legal guideline. And what is interesting with this document is that what it does frame abortion in terms of care. So abortion is about, and it frames abortion also in terms of legal guidelines. That's the document being in order to spell out what the abortion means, what abortion is. And by doing so, it also says something about it is not about conviction. It's not about religion, for instance. Many things abortion could also be framed as, which is excluded through that particular framing of abortion as healthcare. And what is also interesting with this document is WH is always one of the most authoritative narrators in the health, of course. But still, this 22 guideline was met with strong opposition from states, from religious organizations, from conservative advocacy groups, who rejected not only the recommendations, but they rejected the WHO's right to speak about abortion in the first place. So it was a strong narrative conflict being played out around the document, which was more than it was about science, more than it was about politics, it was about narrative. Who is the protagonist in the story about abortion? That's what the debate was about. And again, the numbers tell a narrative story. pregnant person appears 98 times in report, reflecting the guidelines committed to human rights framework, which is inclusive of transgender men and non-binary people. So the pregnant person is used almost consistently in the recommendation. Baby appears 0 times. Fetus appears just 5 times, but mostly in context and then interchangeably with embryo. And women appears 198 times, but primarily in the context of reporting clinical trials, where the evidence base draws exclusively on cisgender women. So already there is a translation happening where the protagonist changes from being women in the evidence supporting the guideline and being then the pregnant person in the document or in the guideline itself. And this linguistic architecture is interesting because the WHO narrative person is the central agent, so the empowered, right-bearing, capable of self-managing their care. The fetus is not a fetus, and it's a more kind of physiological background. And in the oppositional narrative, does the exact reverse. Fetus becomes the innocent hero with a given right to life. The WHO is recast as a rough narrator, ideologically captured its mandate. And this is also reflected in the temporality of the story. In the WHO guideline, the story follows a linear process. The past is a period of harmful restriction. The present is a decisive turning point, backed by state-of-the-art evidence methodology, evidence-based medicine. The future holds reduced maternal mortality and greater equality if the guideline is adopted. Things can and will get better through choice and rational action. But the opposition narrative contesting the guideline is a completely inverted temperature. The present is a moment of civilization jeopardy. The guideline is not progress, but acceleration towards barbarism. And the plot is a war story unborn as the silent victims. So the point is not again pointing out right or wrong, but that policy is no matter how much they want to be neutral, they are not choosing between data interpretations. They are choosing between stories about who they are and what kind of society they want to inhabit. My final example is drawn from this book on COVID, Rethinking Evidence in the Time of Pandemics. That's back in 2022, where we analyzed how the same public health message, such as flattening the curve, came to mean very different things to different people during the pandemics. And it's interesting, this flattening the curve metaphor, because I think that when we saw that curve here, the one on the top, if you saw that back in 2019, early 2019, you wouldn't have understood anything of it. But then a few months later, that was something that was everywhere. The flattening the curve was everywhere, and it became kind of general knowledge. And originally, the concept emerged from mathematical modeling and showing different scenarios of infection spread under measures. And it was a quite technical concept, mainly familiar to public health experts. But what happened next is that this technical idea was translated into health communication for general publics. And almost all flatten the curve became a slogan of broadcasts, government briefings, social media, infographics, like you can see there. And the public was asked to change their behavior, to stay at home, avoid gatherings, to flatten the curve. So it became a narrative, it became an imperative. But it was not interpreted in the same way by everyone. It was interpreted differently by different experts. Because for many public health authorities, the flatten the curve narrative was a kind of preventive plot. We all do our small part in order to protect the vulnerable and buy time for the health system. That was the standard story. Some voices, especially within the Great Barrington Declaration, a UK group of scientists authored this, which argued against extensive laws, and they presented a counter, saying that, warning that the measures taken to flatten the curve could cause long-term damage. Lower childhood vaccination rates, worsening cardiovascular outcome, deteriorating mental health, with the working class and young members of society carrying the heaviest burden. And the point being that whatever these harms outweigh the benefit of flattening the curve is a moral question, not a scientific. It is about values. It is about that you believe in. This is Gabriel Felix. Gabriel Felix was a black doctor from Boston, who wrote an article in the Commission during the pandemic, saying that wearing a face mask helped protect me against COVID-19, but not against racism. And he said that as a physician, I favor things that will help reduce the transmission of corona infection. But as a black man, I wondered how this order will affect people who look like me. I wondered how this order went into effect with any understanding of the fear and anxiety it could inflict on people of color. That might be rational to some, but it resonates with many black people who are far too familiar with having to interact with law enforcement for appearing suspicious, and in many instances have during these interactions. So the point is that Felix's position is not rational. It cannot be reduced to a kind of irrational barrier to effective knowledge translation. On the contrary, it's very rational. And it must be acknowledged as a kind of, or knowledge translation must acknowledge the rationality of Felix experiences and actively engage with these experiences. It's only by engaging with these experiences, by understanding these stories, that a public health message can appear as convincing and not by dismissing. And this leads to my conclusion that here are a few principles that we draw out in our latest book around what we call deep knowledge translation, which tries to move beyond a technical space medicine, instrumental understanding of knowledge translation. So the first principle is to see narrative as constitutive of translation. It's not a declaration to scientific findings in order to make appealing, but it is the medium through which findings acquire meaning and consequences. Epistemic reflexity, we must interrogate which formats are privileged. We must question why RCTs and systematic reviews sit at the top of the pyramid and what this hierarchy excludes. Narrative plurality, what conventional knowledge translation frameworks call barriers to evidence, like Dr. Felix's convictions. They are local knowledge. They are patient values, perhaps religious commitments. And they are better understood not as barriers, but as alternative narratives. And engaging them is more effective than trying to educate them away. Contextual accountability. Local knowledge is not an implementation obstacle, but it is a legitimate form of knowledge that should shape what is being translated. Traceability. Narrative leaps that occur as evidence travels from research to policy must be debatable and accountable. And importantly, ethical responsibility. At this stage of translation, we should ask whose experience is silenced here and at what cost. Then finally, supplementarity. The point here is not for the humanities or narrative to come in and replace medicine, but they can reveal how the humanities can reveal how evidence is rated, how evidence is contextualized, how it is re-narrated through this process, can interrogate the conditions under which translate or not have. So my point here has been to try and challenge you to move, or us, to move beyond critique to mediation and collaboration, engaging from within medicine, not out, to move from managing translation to inhabiting translation. And I insist that knowledge translation requires an activated humanities, one that science to interpret, translate, and humanize knowledge. And knowledge translation becomes effective only when it embraces the stories and relationships that give meanings to data, and not by trying to exclude them. Thank you very much.
So many thanks, Professor Engebretsen, for your really beautiful talk, and I think a powerful and much needed reframing of the relationship itself between evidence and practice. Your insistence on the relative and your insistence that interpretation and translation are not secondary, but constitutive of medical knowledge, speaks directly to some of the most urgent challenges in contemporary health communication. So now we know that Professor Engebretsen is generous, that he will be with us also tomorrow afternoon. But I think that some of us would like to take the opportunity to ask some questions to him right now. So we have the question and answer session. If there are questions to be addressed to Professor Engebretsen, this is the join us to the microphone, please. Sure.
Thank you for your beginning, you talked about forming actionable forms of knowledge. My question is about the chance to reshape that instead to suit this purpose. Should we form different structures for change the existing ones to produce forms of knowledge which are better translated to existing professionals and new professionals coming from Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent question, and I think in one way the answer to your question is yes. We should. I think that academia needs to change in order to but not necessarily in the way that we should jump after politics or becoming more applied. What I start warning against, but also to mistake this, what I call actionable, activated humanities from an applied humanities on the terms of the politicians. We should remain critical. We need to engage, for instance, like this seminar, we engage in interdisciplinary dialogues in more radical than we do. We need to expose students in medicine to insights from the humanities. We need to expose students in philosophy to ideas from translational thinking. We need to really break these or bridge these divides in a much better way than has been done. I think that is the most important answer to your question, and that following from that will also new ways of thinking about them and disease of students and so on and so forth. But thank you for your question.
Thank you so much.
Questions? Yes.
I am opposed my use of figures. There's very good narrative constitutes of knowledge on or the feeling always in narrative knowledge, example, the subjects narrative that's why you're carrying oneself another. This is to say a bridge between the local and identity. Identity defining the problems of one's being or another. Our government vision possibly towards the I wonder how the foundation of this words will be mentioned so-called narrative or narrative is shaped by the foundation of a new subject, distinct from the partisan I that is required. So, furthermore, this is the case how to create of such a paradigm that will reconcile the business with the epistemological dimension. How are we prepared for another different because at face? How are we to know responsible for the values for the human versatility about the problems? Problems being separated within in this space. So,
Wow. I need that question in writing. It was a long and complicated question, and a very subtle one, and talking one.
We'll meet Raphael. He's an international then.
Yes,
We'll meet him also tomorrow. So we can
I think
postpone
we
the
can
answer.
save
Yeah?
that
Okay.
question for tomorrow because it deserves a longer discussion.
Mine's business.
Please do, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So let's see. Have we any other questions? Yes, please.
Well, practice while integrate fashion narratives and hyper-rational or headboard direction and the blessed by human. In order to really characterize quality, not only ideological and ethical aspect, but also a meaningful or intervention of
Yeah. Well,
Another not easy question.
no, I'm very impressed by your questions, and I think that's a key topic for the medical humanities. One of the things could be should be explored further. Really, also the role of spirituality in medical humanities. I think that Julia Kristeva has that I referred to, and I have also co-authored a paper with. She has written about this, also in her book Hatred and Forgiveness. But still in secular terms. But she's very concerned by the relation between care, healing, health, spirituality. But again, it's not a question that can be answered like that, but it is a topic for it's a topic for tomorrow's workshop.
Yes, sure. Other questions? It seems to me we have some other questions there. Yes, please join us.
Thank you again for the presentation. Today and in your work in general, you have shown medical knowledge and decision making are shaped greatly by the narratives that are. And I was wondering if you can result in different decisions depending on the narrative frame used. How can a relativistic drift be avoided in medical practice and health?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and it can. I think that you can never avoid that role of interpretation and how the same evidence will be, as in the examples that I tried earlier today. That the same kind of evidence interpreted and enrolled in different narratives in different ways, and in a certain sense that will always lead to some kind of relativist residue in medicine get rid of. But what I think is important is how you relate to that, dilemma. Because the problem with evidence-based medicine is, and I think this is actually one of the biggest problems with evidence-based medicine, is that it tries to control that kind of necessary element of uncertainty, which is involved in any practice of decision making in healthcare. And I've written a paper about that on objectivity, uncertainty in clinical decision making, drawing on a philosopher, Canadian philosopher, Bernard Lonergan, where I think that rather than trying to root or control these elements, the thing is to attend to them, and to analyze them. And again, that is where the medical humanities can come in, to not to control it better or to standardize it better by making better or better guidelines, but to create that kind of necessary awareness and that irreducible uncertainty, which is a necessary part of any decision making, medical or elsewhere.
Many thanks. I have a general question. I don't know if I. When we approach this new paradigm of this form of reason, of rationality, narrative reason, how the works of experts change?
Yeah, that's also an excellent question. I think that what needs to change, if we think about expertise from the angle of narrative reality, the expert will always be an expert among others. It will always, it doesn't take away the concept of expertise. That's not the point. The point with narrative rationality, as I put it in this book, and also I didn't talk about it, related to the framework of Walter Fisher and his narrative paradigm. It is not about saying any story is as good as another, or anything goes, but it is to say we need to pluralize this. We need to, and that also the example that I gave in the beginning about the WHO
Yeah.
trying to re-narrate indigenous knowledge in the terms of science, rather than accepting that there is another narrative out there that you need to attend to, that you need to listen to, that you need to try to understand on its own, that is a different kind of expertise. So, but it's a very interesting question, because actually the evidence-based medicine, as it first emerged as a kind of problematization of paternalism in medicine, on the idea that, well, the authority, the unquestionable authority of the medical expert, making the right judgment, by that, well, no, you need to account for what your decision is based on. What is your evidence? So in a sense, it's a democratic shift, but it leads you to a different kind of paternalism.
Yeah.
I think we need to pluralize the concept of expert and expertise.
Please.
I also have I don't know if it's a big or small question, but where's, what is the egg and what is the chicken there between narrative structure and politics? And is narrative structure necessarily an instrument for political, and the case of law puberty versus the very evident in the States, it is just bullshit. And given the complex nature of medical evidence, you can always speak on something. So how do you enter that?
You mean the kind of the relation between narrativity?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's as if narrativity might be understood as the service of political goals. Of course, I can well understand that it should not be, but how do you prevent narrative from being just another tool for, since you do accept a pluralistic view of this evidence, then battle becomes a political battle. Absolutely. And but of course, I mean, I have a small answer. I don't know what you think of it. Is there are also bad users excluded? I mean, you cannot say anything with the evidence, but you can say 2 or 3 things. So how do you manage that?
No, that's another great question. First of all, I think, I'm not sure if it answers your question, but at least there's a reflection. I think that we must start by, and I didn't go through that, to unpack my narrative. Because the narrative, if we take it as, if we understand the narrative as a form of discourse, then it can always be co-opted by political purposes. But the way we understand narrative in when we work on it as a kind of a type of rationality in line with Walter Fisher is a kind of a mode of being in the world. And not as a form of a discourse. And in that sense, way of analyzing is a way of approaching the world, making sense of the world, a kind of actually a logic in a larger, more than this mode of discourse. So used in that sense, narrative rationality can be a way of unpacking exactly that kind of political influence that you're describing.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, many thanks, Professor Engelbrechtsen. We had the best beginning of this workshop. Now we have time for a coffee, 20 minutes, no more than 20 minutes. The coffee is at the first floor. First floor. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you
Great,
for
great.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, and I love calculation. That's right, because the quantitation. It's another, well, not the issue, yeah, talk about and people care. First of all, that's right. Because the class is also communication. Right. Well, I'm not talking about translation, but not, but
she forms the basis for a very nice discussion.
I will.
I wasn't not there because I'm teaching, it's the teaching semester. And in the morning and now. Sure.
Keep going.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. No, I mean, Giovanni was very, putting all of us together. Yeah, that's right. You know, I said I have the students. Hearing that, you know, there's a long tradition. That's right, excellent. But they are very, once of each degree, I mean, at the master's or, yeah, or I think there are Sunday master students or.
I want to, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm back there.
And I know, but that's all.
Sure.
No mystery about.
Tonight, we're gonna have a big day. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Parliamo, si roba perché questo è un programma della fisica.
La ragazza è un problema. Mi chiedevo loro, questo sono quello di stesso.
Non so. Non so in generale come.
Ma non può fare il professore del suo computer.
Sì, c'è tanto la vigilanza diciamo sociale, deve essere personale, hanno nere, oppure per altre scuole di determinata al livello di tutta la condizione che ha quel soggetto a sé. Poi ho pensato, io ho lavorato in questi qualcosa una persona che ha. Le scientifiche sono proprio le università stanno facendo quindi io abbastanza dove posso dire se a prova quindi a di quanta valore tecnica che ho per dire che in realtà è fatta 10 se probabilmente 5 che sono escluso del una idea della fase meglio così.
Giovanni versa istruzioni.
I'm so
Much better than mine.
Funny, it's a little.
Oh!
Please don't know why.
Very kind of you.
It is. And also that they ask questions and yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect.
Ma devi condividere lo schermo, così noi lo vediamo.
No, no, per ora facendo la.
Siamo un po' in ritardo. Sostanza.
Un po' perché mi dà questa.
Very interesting talk. I request for you later for dinner.
Great. Yes, I'm looking forward to discussing. You save the questions for.
Absolutely, yeah.
Welcome again. We are ready to start the second part of our workshop. We have three speakers. The first one is Professor Marta Spranzi. She comes from the University of Versailles, and she is at the center of clinical ethics in Paris. The title of his talk is Decision to Withhold and Withdraw Treatment Issues, Variability, the Deliberation Process, and the Critics of Consensus. I have to say for her what I've just said, but I think myself, but really I'm very glad that Professor Marta Spranzi accepted to be here with us, working with us. It's not the first time in real person, real life. She's the first time in Pisa with us, but we used to work with her because every year we have a good connection with her, many discussions. And students as Chiara Zaniboni participated 2 years ago to an important Erasmus experience. And we are very glad also about this possibility. So welcome among us.
Thank you, Giovanni, for welcome in Pisa. Italy is my home country. Used to be. Then with your age, States, then so emigrant. In Italia, but I really enjoy more and more actually. I'm impressed by the quality of the students, Giovanni's students anyway, all the students. So I will try to keep my time, which is 20 minutes. I'll try also not to speak too quickly, as Professor did before me, because I think that's a good way of approach. So I am a philosopher by training, but I'm passionate for medicine. I teach, and after teaching philosophy, now I teach medical school. I also work in the hospital, Greater Paris Hospital Trust, with 3 huge hospitals, and it's the biggest medical trust in Europe. And work as a clinical and consultant. I help with medical decision making, but also do qualitative and clinical ethics studies. And I consider those like field philosophy. And I consider myself a bridging some gaps between practice and more theoretical notions. And also back to the practice, and I want to finish on that. So it's really to reuse some words that were used, a sort of translational word that I did for practice to see to practice. So in this presentation, I will briefly outline or maybe talk a little about philosophy and at least my vision. Which also is up the notion of engagement. So in that respect, there is a bridge again with my predecessor's talk. Then I will talk about a study, an empirical field philosophy study that I did in intensive care. The LIFU is the intensive care in the Paris Hospital Trust. Where I was exploring doctors' intuitions about withholding and withdrawing treatment, which is their daily practice anyway, which is a very sensitive practice because these are life and death decisions. And finally, I will talk about the result of the study. One result, main result, is that are not all the same. They don't decide in the same way. And this has been debated, by the way, there was a big debate in the medical literature about what they call variability. That for the same patient, the same pathology, doctors would not decide in the same way. This is very troubling. And I will discuss ways to address that, and I will address the issue of collision meetings and the myth of consensus. So how there is another way of addressing this issue of which goes through a pluralistic approach. So again, I think there it resonates with your talk. Anyway, sort of three parts. Okay, so first of all, field philosophy is a field nowadays. There is especially an American, the term was coined in the American context. There are several books on field philosophy. And but in that context, it was a direct engagement with reality. So philosophers would go out and work with ecological project and actually collaborate directly with the field actors. And this tradition actually it's also lively ones. It's very much refers to Foucault, it has a special genealogy of Marxist terms, Foucault, and so on and so forth. But there is a genealogy, interesting history about this way of direct engagement with reality. I defend what I call indirect engagement with reality. I go through some intuitions, work them out, understand them better, to go back to the field. This is my way. So I ask myself, what is my intellectual genealogy? Which kind of philosophy does field philosophy might go back to? So these are a few thoughts. Maybe I won't go through all of them. I prefer an existential approach to philosophy rather than an intellectual approach. So going back to the Socratic tradition, I would say it's not a question of knowing how to reason well by proceeding analytically by conceptual distinctions in order to act. But the problem of philosophy is how to orient one's actions well at all. And more generally, how to lead a good life. This is a philosophical problem, not how to, but how to act. There is a normativity built on individuals' own reasons for action. When you act, you build your action starting from reasons that you have to act, your motivation. First-person judgment rather than third-person judgment. What I want to know is not what you are doing, how do I judge what you are doing, but what shall I do and why? By my interviews, go to doctors and practitioners, people who act, who think in order to act. They do not think in order to judge somebody else's actions. That's important. So also, so these are the two terms that I already outlined. Changing the direct engagement approach is changing reality, and being aware that the relationship in the field involves power. So the philosopher is there to change those power relationships. As I said, it was Marx, and so on. And to me, it's indirect, reformist approach, aiming at a slow alteration of norms. There are norms in society, and the philosopher's work, as I understand it, is to shift understanding and to shift, to make people self-aware of what they're doing, but in so doing, just shift maybe things and, stress certain practices rather than others. So this is my approach. As I said, I'm trying to go back to my source. So to speak. So, what I do in my critical ethics studies is explore agents' moral experience. So ethics, before being a discipline, is a form of experience. I used to say to students, ethics is not chemistry. Chemistry, you have not studied in school, you don't know anything, but ethics is not that way. It's based upon personal experience. I won't go back a little bit, but so not how agents think about the law, what do they think about it, but rather and to what extent they do want to conform to that norm, but how do they engage with the norm? And through their own, what the philosopher Joseph Raz calls life-building values, their own values which are closer to practice. How do they engage? So what I'm interested in agents, actors, what they do, how they want to, how they decide, how they act, and not they think about somebody else or general norm and so. But how do they think about their own reasons for engaging in certain acts? So to explore intensivists. Intensivists are doctors working in intensive care. Moral distress. So this goes back to the anxiety stuff, you know. So this is specific. There's a lot of studies today about moral distress of healthcare professionals now as a concept in nursing care. But intensivists say, oh, it's not all nurses, we have a lot of moral distress. We decide about 80% of deaths in intensive care are the decision to withdraw care, withhold care. So it's a big practice, very stressful. I wanted to start the interview with the evocation case. I asked them, what is a case that raised, has been a very stressful case, the source of motive. This is a bit tricky because of the psychological and so I would write something about what's the difference. They're related, but they say it's not that it's just art, but it sort of strikes you as impossible, as it strikes a chord in your own moral compass, the starting point. So, high intensive care, first of all, the stakes are high, I said, life and death decisions, high diagnostic uncertainties, we'll come back to that, and the urgency of those decisions. So it's really the high point of the difficult medical decisions. Also, there are inconclusive philosophical discussions. I won't go into that, but there is the continuity thesis between withholding and withdrawing and euthanasia. You might know about that, or just argue. And there is a second issue, which also philosophers go into a lot, is covalence thesis between withholding and withdrawal. Philosophers say the same thing, some say it's very different, and so I won't go into that, but this was the background of the, I was curious, well, there's this very intellectual debate, very theoretical debate. What if I look at people what do they feel about that? And I thought that was interesting. And also anecdotal evidence from my own practice of ethics, where I repeatedly heard, I went into intensive care and listened to doctors argue about, should we stop or not? And then we say, oh no, this to withdraw is too active. So this is, I won't do this too active, but we're not talking about euthanasia. So I knew the intellectual debate, say, euthanasia is active, all these other things are passive. So what does it mean to say that a certain decision to withdraw the ventilator from the young patient, I cannot do it. they used this term, so this was I said, I want to interview them, so on. So I will go into this part. 2 articles came out on this, from this study, so I can give you the reference, you can tell. So these are just, I'm finding studies is just the practical details, sorry, 7 intensive care departments, 49 doctors and so on. I won't go into that, but I found this about doctors, but not always. The really complicated this, but I haven't simplified my results. I found mostly 2 big groups of doctors. One, for some of them, withholding and other practices are considered as active and therefore morally problematic. They don't do it, they have to do it, but they do it later. It translates into a temporal fragment, a wait as long as possible. And why? Because there is a strong connection between the discipline and the patient's death, statistically true. And the greatest cause is the patient's loss of child. So they say, I can wait because he might die, that somebody might die that would maybe have survived. And I don't know because there is and so I wait as long as possible to withdraw him. For them, I put the red color. For them, I will go back to this. Collegiality, consent, and collegial decisions are essential. And then there is a second for whom withholding and withdrawing are indeed active that is connected to the patient, but they're not morally problematic for that end. On the contrary, they say yes, of course, precipitate the patient death, but it would be hypocritical not to recognize that. But what you see is their position is correlated with another goal of care. The goal of care is not to avoid the patient's death, but to guarantee the quality of life after intensive care. This is their main concern. And so they decide how does this translate? The difference between 2 groups is in the do they stop earlier or later? So these, they say we have to stop earlier. And it goes too far is bad for the patient. And they also had critiques of consensus. So I want to go back to this idea later. But so my study confirms the famous variability. They're very different. And by okay. So I'll skip the first point because first of all, intensity intuitions do not correspond to Nurse Society's recommendations. That's interesting on the continuity thesis and the no equivalency. I've developed this in an article. But neither do they fit neatly one side of the abstract discussion. It's not as if drawing and withholding they're active, but they're not exactly interactive. So that's the interesting part from the theoretical point of view. And the idea is what then should be the role of such recording on learned society? The learned society say, by the way, they say withholding and withdrawing are the same. And they're entirely different from the interaction. There's nothing to do with that. And we have seen the densities that do not agree to that. They say that there is a continuity. Some withholding and withdrawing decisions are active there. So anyway, and also this as I want to concentrate variability. So they are. So this is a growing concern. Variability is considered to be unfair. Why? Because if you happen to be taking care of this in the department A or by Dr. X, they will stop treatment at some point, maybe in the next hospital, in the next department, the next doctor, they will not stop. And of course, that is somewhat of importance. Because, as I said, there is quite a lot of uncertainty. So, for example, a famous article by Wilkinson and Schwab, two American, Schwab is a physician himself, that I do. And experts say variability, so lack of withdrawal is unfair. So, there is a lot of studies trying to connect this variability to some logical variable so that you can access that or maybe fix it. So they study religion, certain religion, this or that, female, male, age. So I won't go into that, but nothing very relevant has been found. There is some nothing, for example, males, there are no correlation between these two groups, so to speak, this variability. So there are variabilities in the war departments. They have a metal culture, for example, so that's a very interesting concept in medicine. It's that departments that have to work together, they have to have the same attitude, and they develop a culture. And so there is some correlation with that. But for religion, I met one doctor I was interviewing, he said, no, I want to, I am religious, but it's not that matter that I stop later, I stop early, because I need that people have another life afterwards, so I don't need to keep them here. So they actually, sociological studies, they associate religion with stopping later, studying life, and so on. So also this interesting article, talking about variability, they studied meta study, one of those meta studies, and what they say is, authors concluded that although hospital and country accounts for some variability in end of life, most variance exist at the level of the individual provider. So they actually demonstrated that it's individual differences matter. And when I asked doctors what they were aware of that, by the way, and said, yes, it's exactly as you say, when I gave back the results, yes, we know. Some are continuous, some are, they want to stop, the stoppers, they call them Chandra like this. And I asked them, what do you think is the reason for that? They said it's a personal experience. Personal or professional experience, but personal somehow. I won't go into that. So anyway, so what do we do with that? So there is a bit of the literature to worry about that and say it's not normal. Medicine is just a science. If you go into medicine care department, you want doctors to be about your life and death according to the data. That's it. We are troubled by this difference. So some say, okay, we have to distinguish good variability into the context, into the patient's wishes, and variability. Professional dependent, so this would be a bad one. And some of them say that you need a stricter recommendation. So we have to eliminate it. Don't like this, it's unfair. So what we'll do is we'll build recommendations, scientific recommendations, stricter. If you test this, so we will make a very long list, then you stop. If it doesn't, we continue. So this is a top-down approach to this. that really pay off? Is it ethically appropriate? I ask myself. I don't think professionalism, the fact of following recommendations, cannot be dissociated from morally. You don't take into account how a doctor feels about the patient, what he personally thinks that has to be done, ethically speaking, for this patient. They will take away part of the grandeur or the merits of the medical profession. You know, you just make it an algorithm that, you know, just applies. So this is a nice, I very much like this article by Zinsky on the, is that, how can we get physicians to act with integrity if we don't teach them, if we don't model professional integrity as a dimension of moral integrity? Both are connected. We cannot just teach them to be professionals, they also have to have a soul, you know. So the French context is interesting because in intensive care, decisions have to be taken if the patient is unconscious, which is mostly the case. The decisions have to be made at a collegial meeting, as a collegial procedure, the deliberation procedure has taken. So this is by law, and this is not, by the way, what happens in the United States. So there are a certain number of people who have to be present there in this, the number of partiality, a number of different people must attend. Then there's must be an external consultant, so on. So the decision is made by the attending physician only, but the legal responsibility is with him, but the moral responsibility is shared with everyone. So I also look to they practice this because they're also different, as I said. And so most wait for the consensus. But we have to see before they stop. So what do for the first group, as I said, the collegiality is the first group was the one who said we stop as late as possible because we value, we fear its loss of childhood. So they say collegial decision making is good because we speak in a more informed way, it's changed. It pushes uncertain, tends toward real objectivity. Different visions of our medical objectivity allows us to confirm an hypothesis and approach the truth. So they live in this, it limits subjectivity, and the internal consultant is important. Oh, sorry. Okay, and then the consensus, they value the consensus most. They say consensus, this is a nice expression, limits ethical question. Once we have the consensus, we think. It helps practitioners sustain the moral weight of the decision, relieve them of the responsibility. And if there is no consensus, it is very difficult to make a decision alone because we have the power of life and death. Okay, then the next group is very different. They say collegiality is good, but it is maybe too much because every little decision in the world has to go through this meeting and it becomes formal, so to speak. As soon as you do something, some have the impression that you have to discuss, even though maybe there is nothing to discuss. Maybe. Because for admission in intensive care, we saw this in the COVID crisis. Sometimes somebody calls and say, well, do you take him or not? You know, so there is a single physician at the decide. And also they thought that there was a problem that everybody had the same weight. He said, if I know the patient, I should have all that. Because it's enough that one person says no, and we have to continue treating the patient, even though we believe that it's useless, not only useless, but maleficent, because they say, those doctors say intensive care is a torture. You know, so at some point, if I don't stop, why should I wait until all the others are agreed, you know? And also, they question that concept. So first of all, because they say there is as I said, there is maleficent for the patient. I have to wait until, you know, who knows when, and the patient has to endure it. But also, they said, how has it been achieved? There are several, the day is how do you achieve that consensus? Maybe the head of the department comes in and says, I want to stop our job. What do you think? Is everybody agrees? Of course, there is a very hierarchical structure in medical decision making. So he said, you know, consensus in itself is not an ethical, depends how it's achieved. Also, sometimes dissensus is more important because it allows different points of view to be heard, to listen to, and this goes back to the pluralism. You know, how do we how do you say address the question of variability? Not by eliminating it, by saying that we are stricter from everybody has to say, so we are pacified about it. No, it's by discussing. Different doctors have different perceptions, and they debate with each other, and so we make sure that all points of view are expressed. So this is the consensus view, maybe more important than the consensus which is achieved very quickly. So the collision procedure is not the magic stick. And I will just go to the very end of the, so as I said, the values and the details, how do you organize that? But finally, a consensus, if we want to reach it, which is, you know, during this meeting, what is important is, does not mean just rational unanimous, but it means that this is an article by two French authors. It's called Apparent Consensus. A position slowly emerges, and all members of the meeting denounce or giving objections. Their objections have been asked. And so slowly there is this consensus, which they call apparent consensus, because it's not just unanimous agreement, which is reached in a maybe unethical way. So there's
Many thanks, Professor Spranzi. She brought rare, clear issues at the intersection, responsibility, judgment, and moral reasoning. We know that Professor Spranzi will be with us also tomorrow afternoon, but we have room at least for a couple of questions. So, please join us. Yeah, sir.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your both really interesting, and I have 3 questions, and maybe a naive question. I want to ask you, you think that in Italy, but maybe it's better in France, we are moving toward this model, we are moving toward this paradigm, we are moving toward this, as to take, paradigm, this translational model, in which patients, doctors, and stakeholders going to are discussed together and managed. And I can also try to expand this question to Professor Rizzo, because she works in Italy. So, do you think that this model has been up in Italy? And if we can also try to relate the French model, Italian model. And last question, if not, if we are not moving over this model right now, can we move forward and how can philosopher be listened by intuitions and
So, how many questions? Okay.
Yeah, the reason and this is part, for example, in ethnology works. Now, there are experiments in having parents participate in decision making in those meetings, which are public valores. There are many resistances, but I think they're very sad. There is one problem, which is, I would say, goes in the opposite direction, is that as soon as you gave patients and proxies more say in those decisions, they actually ask for what is called unreasonable. They oppose withdrawing. This is a new trend which is worrying also for resources, for justice, because and there is any for proxies to stop the decision-making process legally, and maybe patients has to be 9 months in intensive care, and you know this is probably from patient times, but also so there are opposite trends. I think this is my opinion.
Yes, I concur with you. And in Italy, there is a very similar situation, which we have, especially within the pediatric department, a very strong commitment in trying to include parents within the vision of care. Set some examples that we know recently from the newspaper related to, not very good communication between parents, and last very recent from Naples news about non-conformance and organ and the young children, the young child, and was in that case there was a kind of mismatch of communication, let's say. But in any case, except these outliers in general, especially the mental emergency department, is a very good example in India, where some specific word or the emergency department word was open to parents. They can access whatever they want, and not having only some specific times and moments before the doctors want to take care of their parents. It was an open word. So we have also examples like this. However, I think that a lot of work should be done to make this kind of good practice translated in policy and related to the real world, let's say, examples, and be perfectly, let's say, integrated within our health system. That we know is quite different from France, because when France decides something at a national level, at each level of the country, the same policy should be guided. In Italy, it's quite different, because as you know, we have 21 regional health systems that are different by organization, and different by characterized by different way also of applying the standard of care. In that case, even worse the situation in Italy, but in my opinion,
what we should do now is trying to work from the bottom and trying to include this kind of also experience within our training for medical doctors, because in many universities, the medical humanities are not even included in the curriculum of the medical doctors. So we should start working more on talking about this. Of what is the new fancy aspect of meditation that has taken place instead of medical humanities. In my opinion, we should find the way of balancing the two, because are both important and are both crucial at different levels, but we should work on these aspects.
Thank you both. Another question? And then another one? Okay.
Thank you so for your speech. I have two questions.
Wait. Okay.
Thank you, Professor, for the speech. I have two questions. First, how we can avoid additional moral responsibility in meetings and ensure that the clinical share their responsibility for their action and decision. The second, how can we invite professional to form a integrity as a person as a whole, and not divided in professional ethics and personal private ethics?
Well, these are both good questions. On the responsibility issue, I think that the underlying the distinction between the legal responsibility and the moral responsibility. I think that the legal responsibility lies with one person. As I said, is the referent physician who has to decide. And actually, he can decide even against what others said. He's the one who makes final decision after having the problem. But what I say is the collective. There are two ways of thinking about collective responsibility. One is that the responsibility is diluted into, and the other one is the responsibility is demultiplied. It's like maternal love. When you have 10 children, it's not that your love is divided up into 10 parts. It's multiplied. And so I said everybody who participates in those decisions, for example, even if you don't say it, you are morally responsible. Because it's exactly you haven't said maybe what would have been relevant of the decision. So everybody shares that moral responsibility. And some people don't realize that maybe education or moral philosophy, say what does collective relationship responsibility mean? So this is my view anyway. And on the second issue, that's it. Okay, I think that principle one should be able to integrate, because we integrate the two. Limits, of course, and limits are those of consensual objection, for example, which is precisely how you say considered as a way to dissociate your professional relation, your professional duty, and your personal, very, very personal stance. I think that, but this has to be regulated. But I do think doctors need to integrate that and not to, or to recognize that, to say, to make it explicit in a way, rather than just hide behind a formal, pseudo way. Of course, there are data, but in intensive care, it's clear that those data can be interpreted, or it's a bet. So I think they should be with limits, which are negotiable with this conscientious objection.
Okay, so we have one last question, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the nice presentation. 3 questions. So, so the first one is, as we know, in French modern medicine, there are steps by which we need to consider when we are dealing with a patient. The first is scientifically proven has to be applied, and the best wish of the patient has also been considered. Also, the experience of the doctor or treating physician. So when it comes to ethics, as you rightly said before, ethics is not something that's solid science that we learn whether you know it or not. It depends upon how we grow up. So every physician has a different perspective, different way of facing life. So according to you, how is possible to compare in terms of this variability of care? Because we can compare the best wish of the patient, which can be measured objectively.
Yeah.
Also, the science can be measured objectively. But the ethics part is something we don't have an objective measure to compare with against, for instance, for legal or any other measures. So according to you, what's the best approach for this kind of disparities? This is the first one.
Okay, to the first one, it seems to me important. The other 2 questions we can put maybe tomorrow. Okay, is it okay with you? Okay, so, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. As I said, there are world cultures, and this they build up, and also because the head of department hires the doctor. There is a certain way of building a world culture, which may be slightly different from others. How do you manage that? This is to me a big question. As a ethics consultant, I saw that at the same time, different intensive care, 2 similar patients, they wanted to decide in different ways. So one way to make it explicit, to let patients change department if they so too much, so to speak. The patients' values and proxies, desires, and doctors' world tendencies or standards. So, but I don't know how to do it practically. It's a sort of difficult. It's changing the department sometimes when there is the match. So this is one way we can go.
Okay, many thanks, Professor Spranzi. And now it's time for our second speakers of the second part of these workshops. We are particularly grateful to Professor Vito Peragine to accept our invitation to be with us today. He is economics at the University of Bari, where he is also vice rector. The title of his talk is Health, Care and Fairness. So his talk, we begin to consider another important aspect of the topics our workshop today. So welcome, Professor Peragine. I'm personally really grateful for your presence here.
Okay. Okay.
Dammi solo un momento, se condividiamo con Zoom, così lo vedono online.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so first of all, good afternoon, everybody, and I'm very happy to be here and grateful. Very happy to be here and grateful. And, Gianni and I, we are friends since we met when we were students, university students, a few decades ago. We don't say how much time ago. And we were part of a student association. We were doing, as we were saying, cultural work and intellectual. Like here now we do talk about these issues. I'm an economist. I was trained as an economist. As an economist, I've been working on distributional issues. So material inequality and poverty, the way in which economic resources are distributed in a population, okay? And talking about inequality in economics is not set forth. Now, in fact, is not so uncommon, but when I started, it was quite uncommon. And so what I'll try to do today, given this setting of this workshop, is to really to share about how to evaluate fairness in the field of health. Not much about how to measure, so I will skip all the technical issues. Maybe we will discuss it in another event, in another occasion. And but more on a conceptual level. So how do we evaluate the fairness in a health domain? Okay. So that's the topics. Let me start with some preliminary consideration. I have to first learn how to this. No, maybe this. No. Maybe this. Yes. Okay, some preliminary issues. So first of all, when we talk about fairness and in general distribution in health, should we look at the distribution of health or distribution of healthcare? Okay, when we should evaluate the healthcare system in a given country, what is the information evaluation? Is the way in which healthcare is distributed, or the way in which the health outcomes are distributed? Okay, that's the first, let's say, preliminary question. In other words, judgment on the healthcare can come from the observation of health outcomes or of healthcare itself. And we should make a distinction on that, about that, right? Second, so very preliminary issues. We are very much interested in general in health inequality, so inequality in health status, in health outcomes. And in general, we are very much interested in what I've called horizontal inequalities in health, which are inequalities in health, which are related to some social or demographic characteristics, like the economic status or ethnicity or the regional or the spatial characteristics of individual. For instance, in Italy, there's a huge debate on territorial differences, okay, in the healthcare access and in health achievement. Okay, why? Because of the issue was before. That is the fact that in Italy we have a different system, okay, and so this may generate inequality, and the fact that in Italy is a very unequal country in terms of territoriality, okay, so that is an issue. Now, when we talk about particularly the economic gradient in health inequality, okay, so the relation between economic resources and health, let's say income and health, income is a proxy of economic resources, we should always be careful. There is a two-way relationship. Income affects health, health affects income, okay, at the individual level and at the social level, okay? So this should be taken into consideration. The last preliminary issue is that when we talk about the economic gradients in health, in general, it depends on how much inequality is in the economic distribution and what is the mechanism that translates economic into health, okay? Because of ceteris paribus, each of these two elements may affect the economic gradients in health. So if the same mechanism, let's say the same healthcare, applied to a very unequal countries in economic terms generates more health inequality, and vice versa. Okay. Now, after this preliminary issue, let's start with some figures. Okay, I'm an economist, you know. If I don't show someone could think that I'm saying just, you know. I mean, you are allowed to talk without data. I'm not. So each of us should, you know, satisfy the internal. Some data. I will show just a couple of figures. One on economic inequality and the other on health inequality. Okay. On economic inequality, just two figures here to say two things. First, what has been the long-term evolution of equality at the world level? Figure on the left. Ok? Possiamo togliere quell'immaginetta al centro? I don't know how. If it's possible. If it's possible, if it's complicated, okay, let's not. Okay. So in the long term, okay, here there is like 2 centuries of history in economic inequality. So there are some economic assumptions there, okay? Particularly for the 19th century. Assume that those, those methodology are safe enough. So we have an increase in economic inequality during the 19th century, and then from the beginning of the 20th century, at the end of the 20th century, we have first a decrease in inequality, okay, until the, let's say, the 80s, beginning of the 80s, and then we have an increase in inequality, okay, at the global level. And during the last 20 years, we have a sharp decrease of inequality at the world level. Okay. Now this, so the inequality at the world level has decreased a lot in the last 20 years. Okay. Now this, which is the left graph, is considering the world as a unique population. So forgetting about the nation, forgetting about where you live, okay, who you are. So population. Now, this dynamics, the left one, is in fact the product of two very different dynamics. One is the between country inequality, and the other is the within country inequality. So what in particular, I just focus on the last 20 or 30 years, is that in those last 30 years, inequality between countries has decreased, mainly because of the increase in income of China, India, and some South American countries, mainly China and India. Okay, so there has been a huge decrease in inequality at the world level. On the same time, the inequality within countries has increased, and this is particularly true for the Western countries, for the rich countries. So that witnessed it in our countries, okay, developed countries. So Europe, in the US, in Canada, but in Europe, inequality has increased. So inequality has increased in our countries, inequality has between countries. Now, what about health inequality? So this is a static picture for US in 2017. This is a famous paper by Rachel T. This gives you the life expectancy of individuals at different point in income distribution. So on the horizontal axis, you have the income distribution from the bottom to the top quantile distribution. On the vertical, you have the life expectancy. So the difference in life expectancy between the richest and the poorest is about 15 years. So we knew that there is an economic gradient, but this magnitude of the difference was not so okay. So known before. So this was really, something. And one point I was raising before, this is also because, okay, two reasons. One is in US, the healthcare system is not redistributive. And the second is that the economic distribution in US, the income distribution is equally unequal. Okay, so the joint force gives you this distribution. Okay, in terms, you see here how the life expectancy has evolved during the last 15 years, from 2000 to 2015, from different points in distribution. And you see that, this dynamics has been very, very different than the path of distribution. So then that big inequality is partly due to the fact that the life expectancy has increased a lot at the top and in the middle of the distribution, while the life expectancy at the bottom of the distribution has remained mainly constant. Okay, so the improvement in medicine, in lifestyle, things have basically interested the only part of the distribution, only part of the population. Right. So, summary on the descriptive side, we have that economic quality has increased in many countries. Now, is this good? Is this bad? Okay, that's a descriptive issue, right? But I'm here with the philosophers, so descriptive issue. So what should we do with that? Is it good news? Is it bad news? So to summarize, let's say a couple of hundred of history of thought in economics, some think that inequality is good. Some people think that inequality is bad. Mainly, inequality is good because it means that you have the right incentive to accumulate, to invest. It means that there is a good reward to your effort, to your in life. On the other hand, too much inequality is bad because it's bad in terms of equity. It's bad because some people are excluded from the production. So then the point is, okay, what's the best level of inequality? So what is the optimal level of inequality, both in terms of efficiency and equity? Where should we stop? What is the level of inequality we should point at? Okay. Second question. We saw that there has been a widening of health inequality in many countries, particularly in developed countries. And is this increase in health unfair, or is it fair? It's a stupid question. Okay. There has been an increase in health inequality. Is it bad or is it not bad? So this may depend on two different issues. One is the observed economic inequality itself unfair? And so the generation of health inequality is unfair because generated by an unfair economic distribution. Or the unfairness is located in link between economic resources and health. Okay, so two different questions, which of course point to different issues and two different policy issues. Now, I will try to address first question and then the second. So the first question is, what is the optimal level of inequality in the distribution of economic resources? And the second is, what is the optimal level of health inequality? Okay, and I will address these two questions. I'll be very quick, so I will not elaborate a lot in this presentation. I will just give some titles on some issues. So I will discuss these two issues with a specific perspective on the distribution analysis, which is the perspective of equality of opportunity. Okay, I will try to illustrate why I think this is an interesting perspective. So the first question, what is the optimal level of inequality? And I answered to this question basically by rephrasing the question. So a recent, well, it's not really recent, it's an ancient position which has been rephrased in a recent literature. Instead of saying what is the optimal level of inequality, proposes to distinguish between some good inequalities and some bad inequalities, okay? And so here we have a quotation by John Romer and Ellen Tarnois. Basically, they say to distinguish between ethically objectionable inequality and ethically acceptable inequality. So rather than asking what is the desirable level of inequality, we should ask what are the acceptable, what are the unacceptable inequalities, okay? And the crucial is the following, according to this perspective. The morally acceptable inequalities are those inequalities which depend on the effort, the responsibility of individuals. The morally unacceptable are those that depends on, let's say, luck or inherited circumstances of life, right? these inequalities, which are the inequalities due to lack of circumstances, are called inequality of opportunities. And the first are called responsibility-based or effort-based inequalities. So then the point becomes how to distinguish, first conceptually, and then empirically, what is lack and what is effort or preferences, right? In domains. And of course, this distinction can be different across domains. What is a valid distinction in the income domain, maybe not valid in the health. And also what is the descriptive way in which we translate these steps into measurement, maybe this income, in the health, in the education domains, okay? So that's... so first of all, why we think that this perspective is relevant, it can be useful. There are different reasons why inequality of opportunity, so this distinction maybe some are intrinsic reasons, some are instrumental reasons. The intrinsic reasons are basically two. The first is that, there are some philosophers that propose that this is, a defensible theory of justice. And I just quote some authors, Rawls, Amartya Sen, Donald Dworkin. I just can tell you, go and read those, okay? And but then there is another issue, point of view, which for us, for economists, it happens that not only those philosophers or economists think this, but also the normal people. If you ask normal people, what do you think is fair in a society? And there are a lot of evidence now, evidence in terms of experimental evidence, surveys, that people think that those inequalities which are due to responsibility and effort are acceptable, those which are inherited are unacceptable, okay? So it seems that this conception really meets what is the common view of people on the street, okay? So not only those that by profession think about those issues. Some other instrumental reasons why this distinction may be relevant. One between inequality and economic performance, okay? So the idea is that the effort-based inequalities are those inequalities that maybe are good for efficiency and growth. The inherited inequalities are mainly which are bad for growth, bad for economic efficiency, okay? So you could be interested in this because you just look for efficiency. And so you could be, The second instrumental reason is rooted in the link between economic inequality and some other phenomena which are relevant, which are social tensions, conflict, and some other, relevant issues when we talk about social progress. And some advertising. I have a book in which with some co-authors we talk about the crisis of social contract in Europe, exactly because of the emergence of horizontal inequalities and inequality of opportunity, okay? And so we discuss about the political economy, which is the effect on politics of these inequalities which are increasing. So there are some reasons why this may be relevant for social scientists in general. Now, some a theory of equality of opportunity. So how do we model equality of opportunity? How do we try to measure inequality of opportunity? Really a few words on this. So the idea is that you have an individual outcome, X, which can be health status, can be education, any valuable outcome at individual level, okay? So this outcome is a function of different factors, different determinants, right? And so you have to make a partition between those factors which are within individual responsibility and the factors which are outside individual responsibility partition, right? So we call circumstances and effort. Now, the equality principle can be decomposed into two independent principles. One, which is the egalitarian component, which is compensate. You should compensate for the circumstances. Okay. There is the reward principle, which is the libertarian theory, right? And so any theory of equality of opportunity is basically a combination of these two principles, the egalitarian, the libertarian part. And you know, each of those two principles can be defined and specified in different ways. Let's talk just for a moment about the reward principle. So, you know, one could agree on the fact that if Gianni Scarfile exerts more effort than me, should have a higher reward than me, but higher. Suppose he exerts just a tiny effort more than me. Effect of this tiny effort on income be completely recognized, even if it is a huge difference in terms of income. There should be some proposal. Should we put a limit, a boundary on this? So saying reward means we should be careful about this, because impact on how we measure the inequality due to inequality. What about compensation? Specify the compensation principle. So the idea of acceptable inequality due to circumstances. Ex ante post, what does it mean? I can ask ex ante that the set of options of opportunities open to individuals are the same, leaving the freedom to individuals to choose the right option to exploit the opportunities, so ex ante. Or I can express it later, which is after the revelation of effort, and asking that at each level of effort, we should have equal outcomes. Because if at the same level of effort, we have unequal outcomes, that means there is some unequal opportunities going on. So if Gianni and I have the same effort, but I have a higher income than Gianni, that's unfair. Okay? There are different ways I can apply these two principles. For each different way, you have a different way to measure inequality opportunity, to define equality opportunity, and you know, and spatial analysis can change. And I have a nice paper with Marc Flerbet in which we enjoy identifying a lot of abilities and compatibilities between different ways to decline this principle. Okay? And in fact, it turns out that the ex post and ex ante version of compensation are compatible, and then in general, compensation and reward are incompatible unless the effort and circumstances are orthogonal in their effect on income. Right? So unless the effort you put is independent on circumstances, which is a very important empirical and ethical question. Right. Okay, let me go fast. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, okay. I will skip on this. This is just, okay, there are, okay, data on this. So we know how to measure inequality opportunity. I skipped completely on the methodology, but basically we use prediction theory and some machine learning techniques to make a measurement. And here we built it a very rich database on measuring inequality opportunity across the world. We cover 72 countries, 67% of the world population. So if you are interested in this database, and you find a lot of information. So inequality opportunity in different countries and the role of different circumstances in different countries. Okay, you can enjoy looking at this. Now let me go in this on the health domain, right? So suppose we want to apply now this structure, this perspective of the health domain. So in very general terms, what should we do? We should just distinguish between what are the circumstances and what are the effect of preferences, choice, and effort in health. So basically, you should put into the illegitimate source of equality social and family background, childhood environment, early life conditions, and you should put in the responsibility part all the, you know, the health behaviors like smoking or smoking, you know, having some hobby like sport, I mean, lifestyle variables. Now, these choices have some distinctive problems when we talk about this distinction in the health domain. Let me quote just a few of them, what I think are the most relevant of them. First of all, okay, let's think about the healthcare system. No, in general, the healthcare use at this level reflects the health needs and the service availability. Okay, if I make a picture of what is the distribution of healthcare, what are the two main sources? The needs and the availability, right? And here there is an issue of access, affordability, waiting times, and so on. But there is also an issue of habit, expectation, and individual preferences. Okay, how do we choose to, to make visit, prevention, and so on? First basic normative issue is we think about healthcare as satisfying the individual needs, irrespective of how the individual needs are generated. So is this distinction acceptable in the healthcare system? And the evidence I showed before about the individual differences from this distinction in the economic domain, is it widespread in the health domain? We have some mixed evidence here, okay? So the survey we have gives us mixed evidence. So to put it simply, is it acceptable to make people, let's say, pay for the bad habits, for being a smoker? So do they have less, let's say, okay, it's a very basic, crucial point. Now, let's go more in details. One of the basic distinctions we make in this literature is the link between effort and preferences, right? I make an effort. This effort may come from the fact that I've been educated to make some effort, or may come even if I'm not being educated, right? So being educated to make some effort means that there are some circumstances we should take into account. Now, should we consider this or not? So consider a student in his 14 years, okay, who study more than another student, okay? They've been educated differently. But has been educated to make effort less deserving than the other guy because he has been educated, but they put the same effort, right? So how do we treat this issue here? So here the main conceptual problem is the link between preference and effort, and therefore the link between circumstances and effort. Because if this distinction is not that clear, so if one affects the other, of course, the separation of acceptable and unacceptable inequalities is much less clear. So the main way in which we address this issue is with some statistical operation. We clean basically the effort distribution from the effect of circumstances, okay, in some statistical sense. And this is particularly relevant in the health domain. The second issue is a problem of innovations. So when we talk, this is a general problem in distributive justice. When we talk about distributive justice, we talk about justice among individuals, not about dynasties, right? Why there is a problem here? Because in general, the effort of the old generation become a circumstance for the new generation, okay? The effort of my parents become my circumstance. Now, this is not only a conceptual issue. This is a very practical issue. The incentive for my hard work often comes from the fact that I want to leave something to my children. Okay. So if you don't recognize this, if you say that this is a circumstance I should level for the new generation, you are leaving out a lot of incentive work. So how should we treat this issue? Okay, so that means should we treat about justice, as I said, individuals or across dynasties? How should we distinguish or not? And that is true in all domains. It's particularly true here. Okay. Let me got just a last point, which again is relevant in all domains, but it's particularly relevant in the health domain, which is after we control from the circumstances that we can observe, from the effort we can observe, okay, the effort related behavior we can observe, then there is a huge variability we do not observe. Okay, this variability may reflect different forms of lack. Okay, and maybe we want to distinguish between different forms of lacks or forms of. Okay, so there is a root lack. I cannot do anything for it, but there is some lack which depends on my choice. Okay, so my preferred sport is climbing, right? So climbing has some risk in it, right? Okay, so I make this sport. If something happen, is it just luck or because I've chosen to do that sport? Okay, so this is a very stupid example, but it makes you clear the distinction between brute luck and option luck. This is very relevant in this domain. Okay, and the related to this is the biological determinants of health. And so all the new data on biomarkers, genetic data may reduce a lot the variability we observe, okay? And this strictly should be related to the circumstances we have, okay? And this may be, you know, quite uncontroversial. Still, there is an issue here. So how this is related to previous effort, again, from the previous generation. Okay. So I think I will stop here. I think I've given a lot of questions, no answers, but I think that's the good of discussing with philosophers. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thanks.
Yeah, just two comments about the talk of Professor. And what I would like to say is just recalling our Friday, how many times we talked about the importance of interdisciplinary. What we have just listened is exactly what I meant. Every time we talk about interdisciplinary, we have just assisted to the talk that give us a demonstration of how much or how important interdisciplinarity is, how really interdisciplinarity. So many thanks. Very, very important. We have room for some questions. Yes. No, you're nice.
Microphone.
Just wrote I just wrote a question. It's only one question, but Carsten made 2 or 3 questions. Anyway, considering I'm starting first slide where you shows that there is a double implication between income and health. It's possible to develop equitable co-production or collaborative governance systems in Italy, according to the fact that there are differences between in Italy, around Italy. And I move to this question related with the first one that is can be related with this point overall reforms and the overlapping from between LEA and LEP Yeah, this, because I think the capacity for participation, as you saw, is unequally distributed in Italy. So perhaps the current states of affairs penalizes those groups that can improve the situation in the policies. Yeah, just this question.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we should have kind of a couple of conferences on this, but anyway, to make it simple, yeah, it's true. So what I was saying is that, you know, there is a two-way relationship. So in general, what we get higher income means better health, okay? And that's true at individual level, in general, statistically speaking. It's true at the regional level, so territorial level. It's true at the country level, right? So that's it, is a statistical fact. And it's true also the opposite. So better health means better health means higher ability to produce income for different reasons. So this brings one basically consideration in terms of policy, that when we talk about social progress, we should consider all the distributional effect of our choices. So a given intervention in terms of public redistribution by social services or by taxes has an effect on a health distribution and vice versa. A different arrangement of the healthcare system has an effect on the distribution of economic resources across the country. Now, if you ask me, how do I judge the actual organization in Italy, we observe a very unequal distribution of the health outcomes, not only the healthcare, okay? So the health outcomes are different, actually. So that means, okay, after controlling, statistically speaking, for other variables, that the current arrangement of the healthcare system produces in health, right? The state of the world now. And so from there we start. And okay, I stop here. You know, of course we can talk about what is actually what is the current debate on some constitutional reform or some intervention of easing or reducing the autonomy of the regional governments in the healthcare system. But that's the point, you know. Any intention should start from the current situation. And the current situation is on inequality in the health outcomes. Why, you know, different reasons. And at least we could say that given the unequal distribution of economic resources, the healthcare is unable to compensate for that. So that at least we could say. It's unable to compensate for that. Should we compensate or should not? An ethical issue, a political issue, therefore. We should discuss about that. Yeah.
Any other questions?
The first basic points or the shading aspect. When you compare measure outcomes or distribution of the services, if you want to measure outcomes, which is more interesting, of course, but then you have to give a definition of what those health, what health is. So what do you use or what that's more difficult. It's easier to measure the equal distribution of services. But then those services don't give health outcomes. We measure that.
Yeah.
For example, life expectancy is a health outcome. Sometimes, yes. Not always though, we measure quality of life, but then how do you agree on something like that?
Yeah.
How do you treat that value?
Yeah. So here I was mentioning just a few health outcomes that we use in general literature, which are as we were saying, life expectancy at the aggregate level. Then you have some anthropometric measures at the individual level, self-reported health. So each of them has some pros and cons, okay? We could discuss with this, but the point I wanted to make is that often the discussion on the healthcare is on the distribution of healthcare resources. And the point I want to make is that we should discuss about how the current or the future or hypothetical distribution of healthcare resources affect of health outcomes. Okay, because that's true in general, no?
Very important. Life expectancy, also in expectancy is not very measured, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the point is, suppose we had a completely equal distribution of economic resources across the country, okay? Completely equal, or completely equal with respect to the needs, right? Is that a satisfactory distribution if they produce an equal health outcomes? It may be not. It may be not. Resource compensate for the other factors should produce not equal, a fair distribution of health outcomes. So that's the main point I wanted to make. And then, of course, there is an issue, okay, which indicator we should use for the health outcomes. That's a big issue. The quality of life and how we should adjust. And, there, of course, there are always issue of conceptual issue and data availability and statistical robustness in measurement. So all these things should be taken together, for the good measurement exercise.
Okay, many thanks, Professor Paraghi. Now we have Professor Caterina Rizzo. She is member of the University Board of Administration, a full professor of hygiene and preventive medicine. Also in this case, I'm not so obvious to say that I'm very grateful to you for accepting this invitation. Be part of the working. So many thanks. Yes.
Yeah, yes.
So thank you very much, thank you so much also to our faculty members for starting this discussion in such a way. Thank you so much for the architect of all these workshops for making us together discussing this aspect, because, as I said, multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity are crucial for this kind of themes and should be guided. So, as a first disclosure, my background as I'm a medical doctor. So I'm a medical doctor, but I'm specialized in something that is not very recognized in the medical specialization. Let's say, because we are the public health, we don't call it in Italy hygiene and preventive medicine. That is different from the public health that we see at the global level, and because public health is more something that has to do also with other aspects that we have heard from other also participants. But the idea is here in Italy to work specifically on preventive medicine, of course, in all through the aspects of prevention, and also on health promotion. That is also one of our most important, let's say, goals. And in this way, this is why we also embrace the global health, the global perspective, in which, of course, we investigated not only the aspects related to what Professor Paraghi presented, related to health determinants, but not only, also indicators of economic distribution of in terms of funding devoted to health, or to other social
aspects that are well and strongly connected with health, because we know that health, from the WHO perspective, is not only therapy for the cure of the population, but it's also, it's a broader perspective. I will not go through that. Of course, I will focus on some specific aspects related to communication, and I would like to keep as brief as possible. So I promise you that I will try to do it in 15 minutes and want to. So for you that are still here, so thank you so much also for being here. But of course, the idea is to explore the role of health communication in global health in terms of building trust and equity, because this is what communication can do, health communication can do. So the idea is to look into a global health and lens and to use communication and communication for them. So I will start with the question. So why we have information? So information in medicine is, of course, a condition. We all know that it's not even able to improve health outcomes. We all know that informing, as we already heard by the previous question, is not something that has in building trust in the population. And so we all know that for the population perspective, because here we are not talking about the individual narrative and the individual just really talk to the single people, but the idea is to talk to the entire population. And so the lens is quite different. So when you try to speak to the population, so to communicate health to the population, the idea is that the facts are not enough. So even though you communicate the risk, and in prevention in particular, when we talk with the healthy population, it's even worse, because you have to communicate the risk they are incurring, of course, they will behave in such a way. The idea is very difficult to explain only by facts that these are the consequences that they will go through, they will continue with their behavior and with their lifestyle. So the new perspective is trying to shape the reception of the population through contextualizing better what are the messages that we want to communicate. And then another aspect that we have faced during the pandemic, was a very good example from the pandemic, from the previous year, but the communication is never. This is also a very important aspect. The same messages do not function equally across different populations. For the young, the elderly, from the frail population, messages should be very different. And the framing of these messages, usually by the international agents, is not even considered. For example, at the national level, the communication about preventive medicine or in general about health promotion is never done framed by specific subgroups, but it's always general, and this is the first level of communication. So we already had about global health technologies, but let's look at the scale of the problem. We have heard about the indicator that we use to evaluate health system in terms of years of life, of life expectancy in the population, but this also can be translated in years of life lost. So what we know from the WHO is that in countries with low middle incomes, the life of years are like the number of years life lost are 33 years less than those in the country with the highest. And this is of course highest income. And this is again that defines the values of global health institutions. And this is very important in terms of quantifying the phenomenon. And also, we have another important aspect that we already the health forms a social brand, and the social brand is in some way influenced by the economic aspect. There is also, as we heard from Professor Peralta, very important in terms of inequalities. So this social gravity health means that even the middle class has worse outcome than those at the top. So inequalities in this sense in health are systemic. It is a problem related to poverty. Okay, this also can be applied to the middle class in this stage of this particular era we are facing. So we have heard that access to care is important. We have some indicators that we use. You have to consider that there are the WHO data more than 5 million people not covered by essential health services. These are data from 2021. And this represents more than half of humanity. So you can imagine these people have no access to essential healthcare services. So like the maternal services, maternal fetal services that are very important behavior of the healthcare system in this country. And also, more than 2 billion people is experiencing financial hardship due to out-of-pocket health spending globally. So this is also another important aspect that is affecting our countries in many years, but also in local and at the global level is a phenomenon that's very important. And of course, this represents an important proportion of our out-of-pocket sharing. So these are not merely technical figures, but these are failures of health system financing. This is something very important we should take into account. So, making a concrete case, talking about maternal health equity, we know that approximately 70% of total maternal health is poor in WHO African region at the moment. So, this is a start, a concentration of preventable mortality in a specific area. We know very well how it's going there. And consider that every 2 minutes a woman dies from somewhere in the world. So these are numbers, real numbers. And of course, this kind of preventable mortality is one of the most important indicators at the WHO level in terms of the functioning of the health system and health services. And the majority of these, of course, that are preventable with non-affordable intervention, because we know what we have to do for preventing this death very well. But there was the fact that still there is a high level of mortality concentrated in certain areas related to maternal health. Of course, this means about the communication. Fair to reach women that with actionable information that they say that in their life in terms of recognizing some signals that can be important for them, for the life of the children, in addition that they will of course take into account from the health services, because it's not only something that has to do with ability. Is also something that has to do to recognizing the signs that make you able to access the services that are available. And this is something that we also are studying in Italy, and in particular in southern Italy, where this is important. So why communication matters, especially in unequal context? The same health message, as we already said, does not reach all population with equal clarity, frequency, and credibility. And this is something that, for the medical perspective, is very difficult, because we are trained for, of course, taking care of the patient, taking care of the single individuals, but we are not, let's say, trained for how to communicate to the individual or to the population. And this is something, of course, we have already said, but at the population level is even more important, because the impact is even greater if we think about the potential of the prevention in the population.
And of course, the infrastructures are very related with the literacy, with the language that we use, and with the digital piece. This is also strong barriers at the moment that we are facing, in particular with this new technology that are emerging. And of course, all mediated exposure and comprehension. But there's also another important aspect, the language and the cultural context. There are language barriers, but there are also different cultural frameworks and historical personal experience or from the community that we as institutions that shape how messages are interpreted. And this is also an important aspect. And of course, summary communication, if it's not well framed, if it's not following the exact channels that can reach the population, at that point, of course, this can widen the inequality. This is another point. So, what we call in English trust, so the fiducia, we try, what's it, the trust? So the trust is the most crucial determinant of public health effectiveness, which sense. We know from literature that 73% of people globally report trusting a doctor or nurse more than any other source of health advice. And this is something, these are data from the World Global Monitor, but this is something we should take into account. And this is why we should keep training medical doctors in trying to address this aspect and to deliver the right communication message at the individual, but also at the population level. So, lowering the groups, historically marginalized population communities, of course, show lower confidence in institutions, in particular in hospital and formal health systems. Trust is a very important critical mediating variable between what information we are providing and how this information are translated into health behavior. If the trust is high, then we will follow what other foundation and institution. If trust is not high, then of course we will have what we are experiencing, for example, in some higher industries, higher media in countries such as Italy. So I will try to suggest some of the dominant narrative in health communication that we are consider. We have assumed poor health behavior results from insufficient knowledge. So the credibility of who is speaking is very important. Entity, the institutional affiliation, and the perceived interest of the communicator shaper, whether a message is received as trustworthy or suspected, this is the key. This is a very important aspect that we have shown in several slides that are presented in the do they understand my reality? This is also another important aspect that we do not consider, because important of this is what shaped then the decision of including the communities in creating the messages. So the idea of co-create the messages, the information, the health communication messages through the population, in order also to understand what is the reality in this specific population, in this specific groups of population. And another important aspect that we do not consider usually, and this is very well related to the trust, is are they acting in my interest? Is another important aspect. And can I access? So can I do something about it? That is the most important aspect of can change really the behavior of the single people and of course then of the community, because if you change one individual, you are changing the community. So the principle which we try to work in communication, that communication and global health is try to engage the community and co-product all the messages that are provided to the population. Of course, communication requires listening, and the way in which we listen today is very difficult because we are used to listen with the studies, interviews, surveys, but this takes too long to be administered and then analyze the data and then report the data, and the behavior can be completely changed. Because now, like we all know, is very fast, in particular with machine learning. We discuss some of these aspects. Of course, the engagement is very important because it builds the legitimacy. And the community engagement for global health is not just a process tool, it is a source of the decision authority. This is something very important also. And feedback loops are crucial. So we should give the message, but then evaluate and always change and improve the messages that we have done by an audited feedback system that we call the measures. So this is something that the word infodemia is something that was born several years ago in 1992 in particular, but then has improved a lot. And with the pandemic, we have seen that this phenomenon of infodemia has increased a lot. But we published this paper very early in 2003, which was the first version of ChatGPT was at the beginning released, it was the first time it was released. And what we looked when we decided to study what could be the role of these new language models in the AI-driven for the threats for public health, to generate messages that is spread everywhere, but you cannot control the liability of these messages around. And this is something that is even complicated with the situation with relation to the, of course, infodemic. But we have seen that there are some opportunities in this kind of tools. There are, of course, some risk. I will not go through all the opportunities and risk, but you have to think that AI assisted translation and localization can reach to underserved linguistic communities, so can help very much in this activity, but of course the risk is that instead we use these large language models that can generate that persuasive message, human-like health misinformation, narratives. This is very good in narratives. We know ChatGPT is very good in out narratives. That this could be related to misinformation at scale, so not the basic language. So. For this reason, AI represents another important trend, but another important opportunity that, in my opinion, should be provided through an equity lens. So there should be a human oversight, there should be some governance around it, especially because it can very importantly impact on the line. And what we have done also is try to establish our research group, thanks to funding by the Ministry of Health, a project around communication and risk communication. So we have not only trained regional authorities, give them some skills about how to manage risk communication through a specific course they have had to, of course, to conduct. And we have set up all the course that we have delivered 2 years ago. But we have done something even different. So we have set up a system according to the WHO organization and another children's fund, UNICEF guidelines and now and then inside in 6 steps. So we can see here all the steps I will not go through. But the important one is that we have started social listening in Italy, of course, on health topics, important health topics,
here you can see an example that they were recently published on the introduction on the new neuroprophylaxis of respiratory syncytial virus. I don't know if you have heard about this disease. Is a disease that affects the infantil neonatal age, so very young babies, just born. And they cause a disease that is called bronchiolitis, that is very perceived at a very high risk with the parents. So we have identified a kind of pattern of discussion around this new preventive neuroprophylaxis provided to all the newborns across Italy since the last season. And so we have built this kind of tool in order to identify which are the main questions from the population in terms of determinants of health, and which are the information voids in the social environment that can be fulfilled by the institutional authorities, but are not really fulfilled. Also, there are, of course, anti-vax for other communities, of course, that discuss around this aspect. So I'm going to conclude this talk, trying to identify, in my opinion, which are the principles for equitable air communication. Of course, there should be audience-centered, and this is very important. So design from the perspective of the community we want to reach. That's the first one. Culturally and linguistically responsive, based on trusted messengers, and we should identify with the right person to be a messenger in order to deliver also message. So there is also another important aspect that we should investigate more, and is the participatory and feedback-driven structure and methodology in order to open and having an ongoing dialogue with communities in order to have a co-production, yes, but also to adapt our response to real-world feedback. So with the social listening, we can have a real-world feedback, and in this way we can adapt our message. And of course, try to assess not only by reach of the call, the evaluation we want to do, but by whether disparities in understanding and action, and in some way try to narrow it across populations and sort groups. There is something there, especially for the outreach population. So, equity in global level is not only about delivering services fairly, but it is also about communicating in ways that make it fair, understandable, and credible, and truly accessible in this way. So, communication for us, our specialization, particularly medicine, is part of care. So, we should work more on focusing on this outcome, which is the most important. Trust is a public health resource, and we should keep in mind that the institutional trust is not only soft variable, but this is something we should build upon different communities, and we should work to reach the trust that we need to reach the population and making the population change their society. And another important aspect is that we are facing the new era with all the new technology available, and AI must be governed through an equity lens. This is something I'm engaged a lot within, and I think is very important and crucial, especially in terms of public health outcomes. And thank you very much for listening.
Many thanks, Professor Rizzo, not only for what you said, but congratulations for all the activities you have shared. So really, we are really, we are very glad. And when you were talking,
we collaborate, colleagues working with me, so this is the best way
I was thinking while you were speaking that many of the things you were talking are intrinsically ethical. So we have to bridge some good connection with these students also from applied ethics course. So we have to discuss, dear professor.
It's really not so, but just for saying is, Isa, 2 years ago, I participated in the new one of our medicine, say, of our course. And so we decided, under my pressure, to include the first year of the medical training, a course of global health and constitutional law. This because we believe that we should more talk about the global health perspective and how this is shaped also different health systems, and in particular our health system, which are aspects that, in my opinion, a medical doctor should know, cannot only consider some aspects, specific aspects.
Okay, we have a question from Professor Langenbrezza.
Yeah, well, it's more kind of a reflection, perhaps into the question. I think this was very interesting and very impressive what you're doing, and I so much resonates with my own interests. And I think you were talking about ethics. When I listen to you, I hear that this is, for me, this is really an area for collaboration between the humanities, and that is so unexploited in a kind of strange sense, because all this when I talked about medical humanities, it has started with focus on you know empathy in the clinical situation. But empathy in the public health communication situation is equally important. This is actually yes, even more important, as you said. I'm currently working on a new book proposal on public health humanities, which I think is a new, extremely interesting area. So I really hope that we can collaborate in the future. And I hope, but my question for you is, how do you see the possibilities and maybe also the challenges for medical humanities interaction in this field within an Italian context, because that is unknown to me?
Thank you for your question. It's easy to answer because we know, as we said, Italy is a globalized medical environment. But I think that, as I said, really answering the other question, the idea, in my opinion, that we should more from the bottom start introducing these aspects in the medical training. And this is something because we should go from the bottom up. We cannot go from the streamline, because it would be very, very difficult if we introduce the policy, because it will never take, there is then of the people who are involved in this system and desire. So in my opinion, the introduction of medical humanities should start from the perspective of trying to separate and not only discuss about the relationship patient to doctor, but starting and discussing it at a higher level, and how medical humanities can improve and can better make the communication available from the general population perspective. In my opinion, since for us communication is one of the
let's say, if we have medicine, we say, now my discipline in particular, we discussed when we presented, when we talk to the students, we divide preventive medicine and primary prevention, secondary prevention, tertiary prevention, quaternary prevention. So 4 levels of prevention. But communication is transversal to all of that line of prevention. So the layers, in that way, its communication is transversal. So it should be applied at all levels and at the higher level. So not only from the direct perspective, but medical and patient. Something we should change our lens with the way in which we look at communication. And this could generate in some way a movement that improve, of course, this kind of interaction between the different perspectives. And in public health, we are more and more habits in contamination with other disciplines, because we are made of different disciplines. We have to talk with different people. So it's something that is much more easy than discussing with you know, an oncologist or with a reanimator or anesthesiologist. So it could be very different. I think we should interact more about these aspects, and we can try to find a way to start from Italy this kind of also proposal.
Okay, we have question from Professor Peragine and some question also from the audience.
Yeah, it's very short, and thank you for your talk, Katerina. I just a short comment. I think that, you know, there's a point you made that clarifies to me a link between the first part of the workshop and the second part of the workshop, and that is the reflection on the communication, this was the last slide, as a dimension of equity, in the sense that in economics, you know, we show and we discuss a lot how, apart from the economic, let's say, how the variables are important, expectations and perceptions, right? Because they define the individual choices. So the way we decide to do things depends not only on what is our income, how much, you know, but it depends on what we expect for the future and how we perceive the opportunities around us, right? And that is true also for social phenomena. So for instance, there is a huge literature on how the tax compliance depends on how we perceive fair the tax rules, right? And that is true also for the healthcare system. So then the link is how communication can influence the way in which individuals perceive the healthcare system as fair or not unfair, independently on how the distribution of resources is and how the system is organized, right? So the way in which the communication is really governed, you know, can affect the perception people have, and hence the way in which a given inequality in the healthcare or in health is then, you know, producing other social phenomena. So that's the connection I see, and I think that's really worth you know, investigating and working on. So thanks for this thing. So it was not a comment.
For pointing out and as you repeating the point, so thank you also for integrating, you know, two different perspectives, because it's very, very interesting. And I never thought about it, so it's very, thank you so much.
So we have 2 other questions. If Katerina agrees, I suggest to collect the 2 questions so that we can answer. Please, then Andrea, please join us.
Thank you for the clarity. It's a one question, and that you have already anticipated it. You said that communication must be based on trusted messengers. And in this way, which is the boundary between trust and persuasiveness? In a way, I think, for example, I think about my grandmother or my aunt. They are not scientific people. They didn't study, and so in order to be cured, they go to the hospital, but they don't trust the physicians. So let's say you were suggesting to take some stakeholder that can influence them. Yes, but this is a ChatGPT narrative, isn't it? And this is the question: how can we, if we can, break this magical boundary, this magical aura which surrounds science? There was a really beautiful book about Feyerabend who said today structure, church structures have been replaced by science structure. So is science doing exactly what church did some centuries ago? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrea.
Thank you very much. Again, then my question really ties into a lot of with the question of my colleague. So my question is about, does the end justify the means? Can it justify the means in regards of communication around health and healthcare? My example is the pandemic. During the pandemic, we minimized the talk in the discourse about side effects in order to push, in my opinion, to get vaccinated. This leads to decreased mortality and a better outcome in life loss and health outcomes. But this is a conscious decision to see the public in a small way. But so this may be controversial, but and this goes against the trust arguments you made about earlier. But when a lot of people are not scientific people, they listen and to the news and listen about side effects. They may have excessive response and their perceived interests really may go against their real health interest. So is it good to deceive the public if the end is towards a better health outcome?
Okay, thank you very much for the two questions. I can try to summarize very simple. Okay, I will not take into account the example from the pandemic because this was an exceptional situation. So it was a health emergency, which we were, it was very difficult to intermediate the message and try to create uncertainty. There is another aspect, but there might be another conference to talk about how to communicate uncertainty. It's a very, very difficult situation. And in science, uncertainty is the basis, because we know that today we can do something, but tomorrow we may have some new scientific evidence that change completely the way in which we should communicate the same outcome, let's say. And this is something we perfectly know, and this is something very difficult in order to govern, let's say, to have the opportunity to go back.
I will come back to the discussion about ethical aspects. You know, this is very much involved in ethics, what you would say. You know? If I communicate something, I kind of influence the behavior of the population. Okay? But in my perspective, in the perspective not of mine, of course, in terms of myself as an institution that wants to increase the outcomes of this population, making people able to make it have more physical activities, more access to preventive medicines like vaccines, more access to, let's say, safe water, for example. You know, not only talking about Italy, but we are talking about the lower income country. And in this sense, I feel that my message will not affect other than the health of the community. No? Let's say, of course, this kind of discussion, when it interacts with the political aspect of health, could be very dangerous. We are facing this situation, particularly in the US. But in my opinion, we should keep into account that talking as a medical doctor, when I try to deliver a message, I do it with the maximum ethics, in my perspective, that I try to keep as much as ethical as possible in order to reach the goal, which to my is increase life expectancy, is increase quality of life, because we have seen the data about the number of years that we are able to live, but we have, we cannot talk about everything, but our life expectancy in Italy is now only 90 years for female and male, women is better than male, but these 86 years of life lived are really quality years of life, or the fact they are not living in health seems that the years are not lost, but are kind of, let's say. So the perspective is to increase the outcomes in terms of better quality of life until the end. Of course, this is challenging, but we can reach this only by giving specific messaging and giving it in a much, of course, in the ethical way as much as possible, and try to give the messages in the messenger as much as possible based on the evidence that we have at the time. Trying to communicate also that this kind of message could change if new evidence came and will reshape this kind of this at the time, of course, our specific target in terms of building the communication competence. Of course, this is not easy. It needs the kind of process that in our culture is not very well structured. There is an audit achievement and a continuous evaluation. Then, of course, if we are, of course, producing the information that are not validated, that are probably not very well concentrated on the population and the health of the population, but then, of course, we should consider to change it, but it's a philosophical aspect that it's not my, let's say, I will not go to things that are not really my competency, but of course, this is why I decided to be a medical doctor. And this is how I try to keep helping the population, the Italian population, with my activity. This is my, let's say, pathway, and this is how I follow this pathway.
Okay, we are at the end of our workshop. I only have words of gratitude for our keynote speaker, our speakers. Thank you for joining us this important workshop. And of course, I have many words of gratitude for all of you who attended in person here and for all those who attended on the internet. So many thanks for having stayed with us. And let me say a special thanks to some good colleagues who helped me in in making possible this workshop. I would like to thank Nikolai. I would like to say thanks to Livio, to Francesco, and all the students of the Applied Edit course. Many thanks. See you tomorrow with the second part, and good night.
Meraviglioso, ma voi che sono saliti qui.